Are we live? All right, we live. What's up, y'all? Hey, we back with more technical problems, apparently. This is... Well, yo, what's up, Rich? What's up, man? I'm back, man. Definitely took a nice little break, nice little vacation break, especially with some Path of Exile. So it's time to get right back to it, right back to work. But I am having a bit of an issue. Having a little bit of a technical issue right now. Bring this up. Yeah, I was a bit preoccupied. I'm gonna get to the nuts and bolts and everything in a little bit. I just want to really just clean this up for a second, catch up on this. Pre-market, with the VIX 15. Get rid of this. Okay, yeah, yeah. Those last couple days in 2025 was just absolute crap. It was just shite the whole time. So if you were trying to trade, that was definitely just not the way to go. It was so ugly. Every day it was ugly. And why is this thing? I don't want to do. I don't want to grab any of that stuff, but I can't figure out. There you go, right here. The Weeble. Oh, what's this? That's in the video. Where's Spy? All right, there we go. So we definitely got some gaps. UVIX. All right. Can I change this sound? So right now with my window, I may just have to just really deal with this today. Okay, Jensen's coming on at 1. Okay, that's why. Why not? Why not? And this is why. Mm. Ah, that's why. All right. What are we looking for? All right. We got that up. We got that up. What is this? All right. So I think in a couple days I am going to start posting the different holdings and everything. I want to start building out a good base and position. This year. This year we want to work on. We want to whiten up. All right, let's get some pre-market levels. Were you able to grab anything pre-market? Um, oh, Tesla 453. Wow, Tesla's up 3% today. 3.5. All right, it looks like SPY is starting to break. There we go. Why were you up there like that? That's so annoying. When your window gets so far up or down that you can't grab it right, like what do you like? Why does it do that? Let's just make all this smaller. There we go. I just really hate when my windows go stupid like that. Wow, look at this. Nvidia pretty much filled that gap real quick. SPY isn't even reacting to it the same way. 1493. Let's get our pre-market. That's why I was over here. I was looking for the pre-market levels. Okay. All right, I'm back. All right, I think I pretty much cleaned up everything I had to clean up. All right, I have our pre-market 684.19, 684.12, 684.12, 684.12. That's actually our low. our high pre-market. And then it just started running up. I'm gonna go before that. 685, that might be a little bit too low because everything changed over around like 9 something, not 8 something, 8:30. All right, we're going to do 86.12. 686.12, that's the high. No high, no low today so far. Our open, we do have an open. We opened at 686.42. 686.42. All right, so we're starting over fresh. Everything's fresh. Um, so to speak. Um, we still have gaps. Those gaps didn't disappear. It's not like, you know, they're doing something different. I hear go to SPY. Maybe SPY is going to start catching up with gap. Nvidia filling that gap. There you go. Uh, Once we break up, this thing is going to go down. This thing is going to drop. That's UVIX. Silver. You know, we want to keep our eyes on some silver and gold this year, actually. You know, that silver trade, there's a lot going on with silver in China. All right. Yeah, we're closing that gap right there. All right, so this is good. This is really good. Give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, we're back. All right, so we want to look at. We want to start looking at some good underlines. All right. So, oh shit, look at Beyond. That's crazy. It finally broke that dollar. It did not want to give that dollar. Microsoft, Apple, app go down. Mm. What's this? Well, as long as that's not like chirping and beeping, we can just probably just keep that right where it's at. You know, let's put this like this over here. Oh yeah, Venezuela. Sheesh. That shit was crazy. ConocoPhillips. I can throw that out. Bitcoin's up. I'm gonna touch a little bit of crypto. I am going to touch some crypto this year. I want to build out my positions. I want to get some ETFs, crypto. I'm gonna pick up some of the I'm gonna pick up the Mag 7. I'm gonna head over to the QQQ, and I'm gonna probably pick up the top 10 in the QQQ as well. So we're gonna get some beta. We're definitely gonna pick up some beta plays. Those are the tech plays, uh, some Rocket Lab. My butt. Good luck, bro. So in the last couple days in 2025, those trading days were actually kind of ass. I think I like signed on and everything, but I didn't do too much trading because it was just ugly, like all day, every day, you know. Plus Path of Exile dropped. So ever since Path of Exile dropped, I pretty much did take a break. But you know, if you knew, then you knew. So this year, we're gonna probably do um controlled purchases, maybe like every week, every 2 weeks. I have some things coming up. Um, so I'm waiting for some good news for that stuff to pop. That'd be really cool. So hopefully, you know, me doing this little stream every day, that definitely brought something my way. I think I got something coming my way because of the stream. So I have that to look forward to as well. So 2026 is definitely going to be a big year, big turnaround year. So usually there's a big flush in January. There's always a big flush in January. What we hit the past couple days and the last few days in December, that wasn't a flush. That's not the type of flush that I'm referring to. I'm gonna go make me some breakfast in a little bit. I went down there. I got some things ready. Yeah, 10 a.m. ISM. Santelli was on that documentary, my favorite documentary, Floored. What's that, TLT? Oklahoma 10. Yeah, apparently going to go get the president, Mudaro, was very bullish because the stocks went up like crazy, like the gas stocks, Chevron, Exxon. I have go. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up some semiconductors. I was thinking about pancakes. No pancakes today. I don't think I'm gonna have time to for it. But know what I'm gonna make though. Make me some nice kielbasa sandwich. Kielbasa, egg and cheese. I had some bacon yesterday. All right. So I gotta do that right now. Yeah, I got time. Yeah. Mm. These whiteys are crazy. All right, so we're getting that ready. Orange. Maybe I should start drinking some coffee. Last time I had, well, not the last time I had coffee. When I was younger, my brother and I one day we were just staying up all night, um, for school, and um, my grandmother gave my mom some coffee for Christmas, but it was this expensive coffee that she got, shipped in and everything, and this high end coffee. And one day my mom's at work, so my brother and I was like, "Yo, let's try this coffee that mom's always talking about." That coffee was so freaking good. I was about like 14, 15 when this happened, maybe like 13. And oh my god, that coffee was so freaking good. We were addicted. We were hooked. We drank all the coffee that my mom got for Christmas from my grandmother. That was like this high end freaking coffee, and we were wired. We were wired, man. We would drink coffee all night. My mom would go to work. She would work from 11 to 7. At this time, we were going to private school, and so 11 to 7, and our school bus would come around like 7:30, 8 o'clock every morning. So we were getting ready for school, and coming off this freaking coffee high, and then trying to hide the coffee that we're drinking and everything from mom. But she got it for Christmas, so she's not like rushing to drink it. But when she found out, oh my god, she freaking went crazy. Coffee makes me sleep. Oh my god, coffee is just ridiculously. It was so good. It was so good. We got in so much trouble. I don't think we got a beating for that or anything. I was a really bad kid. I got a lot of beatings, but I didn't get a beating for that because I mean it's just like coffee and everything. Like what the fuck? Like maybe like $50, $100. But it wasn't that big of a deal. But I did get in trouble, and then we had to like correct our sleeping schedule and everything. It was brutal. It was brutal. But I may get back into coffee. Um, I had a crazy coffee incident when I was older, later on in life. I was about like 19, 18. and I was working at a moving company, and I was hanging out with friends. So we were like hanging out all night and everything. We went to Philly. We went all over Philly, Love Park and everything, South Street. We just like hanging out, just having fun with your friends. We went streaking that night. It was fun. So now the next day, segueing into the next day, I'm like, yo, I got work at like 7. I'm like, you guys want to like chill? And they were like, yeah, of course. I'm like, all right, I got work. So on my way, so we hung out all night, and then on my way to work, I stopped at a gas station, and I got these caffeine pills, and I got this big thing of coffee because I was on a lot of physical labor and everything. So I was like, all right, let me get this stuff, and I took the 4 pills. It was 4 pills called like Killer Bees, and I drank coffee, the large coffee from Wawa. I remember where I bought the pills at and where I got the coffee from. Oh my god. And I took the caffeine pills, and it felt like I was about to die. Like my body had such a caffeine overdose. It was disgusting. Work that day was horrible. My mom, my mom's a nurse, so she's like, "How can you do something so stupid?" And it's just something that I do. I'm just all in all the time. So I was sick for about 4 weeks. I couldn't vomit. I couldn't do anything. Yeah, you're looking at some Nvidia. Nvidia at 190. The market is looking kind of good right now, but I'm still going to take my time. There's always a flush. You know what? I think I'm gonna probably start trading some Tesla. I got the puts at the top. I got 190 for 215. Got two of them. Bet. So you pretty much it opened and you pretty much then right here. That was a good buy. That was a good buy. Something's going to hit technicals. They can't
hide the technicals, everywhere. They can trap, spy, and do certain things to the indexes, but you can't. And Tesla is part of the Max 7 too. Wait, what is Tesla? Wait, I'm listening to something right now. What is he? What is he saying? What is he saying? Tesla would be good to trade. Yeah, Tesla's crazy. Tesla moves. Tesla's an easy trade, but they're fast. Easy because I think it moves to the contrary. I'm sorry, not to the contrary, but I think it moves contrary to the SPY. You know, sometimes they line up and everything because that's just the market. But for the most part, you know, and Tesla just moves on its own flow. So I think this year, I think that's something else that I am going to change up. I think I'm gonna start looking at Tesla more because Tesla is such a clean play all the time too. I mean, my God, they're expensive, but they're clean plays. They're clean, so clean. I mean, come on, this thing went up $17. Clean, $17. You know, they just gave a couple bucks back, but you made money. I got a call. All right. Uh, yeah, you're in the money. Yeah, no, I didn't pick those up. I was getting ready, and I was trying to get the stream and everything ready. So I honestly I couldn't grab any contracts. But I am looking for a play. We're hitting this 10:30. We had news at 10 o'clock. Look at that. That's it. That's easy play right there on Tessie. You know, gapped up, gap and go. Yeah, that's the easy play. Puts here time to make some money. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right now might be a good time for. I forgot what Friday looked like. I was looking at the market. You know, I pulled up the market and everything. I just didn't stream. Almost zero volume. This one in well. Yeah, this volume is put intraday longs. We'll get back in on depth. Well, you don't get back in on depth. You get it now. So I'm starting to notice with the cycles too. There's definitely cycles. It's at 10:30. All right. I had another call. Palantir and ICE partner to track illegal immigrants. Damn, Palantir. Whoa, working with ICE. That's kind of incredible. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here's the turn. There we go. Now I'm getting a piece of this right here. We're going to see if this continues. But that was too easy. It would be too easy. I'll be right back. I have to make a phone call. All right. Oh my goodness. I have been busy as a mofo all morning. Like incredibly busy. Oh God. I didn't even get finished all my freaking I have I have an important call later on. All right. All right. Look at Nvidia freaking fell through the floor. That was nice. Especially if you hit that from 193. That's a nice little swing. Like $5, $4. That's big on those contracts. It's huge for those contracts. Especially those puts were nice and cheap up there. Boop, 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 boop. Those things made money. They made you wait for it. They put you through some you see, but this is it though, you know? Look at 950 and they didn't flush it out until 1151. You know, they made you wait for that money. If you didn't catch it there, they made you wait for that money. If you still got those contracts did really well. It was SoFi. And SoFi's killing it. I have some SoFi. I gotta crunch some numbers. That was that for. Oh, leader by plead not guilty. Oh, let's get this. Where's the news? News. Is this Yahoo? Is it you? No. It's not NBC. It is NBC. Uh, Mundane. I don't think mundane would be the word. Are you not on? Why aren't you? No sound. I'm trying to find the. For some reason, the sound on my OBS isn't transferring over to. You know what? Maybe. Something in my sound settings? No.
Right now, Hallie, he knows, given all the considerations here, he doesn't have to ask for release.
There you go. How come this sound thing moved? Why they laugh when they said that, talking about his release like that? Hmm. Well, I can't get that sound together. That sucks. At 688 put in. At 63, I have two. Let's see where they go. Wow, what a first day back. What a first day back. Mm.
Leader saying in court, I am the president of Venezuela. His wife saying, I am the first lady. Both of them pleading not guilty to these charges of narco-terrorism conspiracy brought against them by the United States after that military operation just 48 hours ago. Laura Jarrett, this arraignment is winding down. Maduro and his wife are now out of the room. They are presumably heading back to that facility where they had been booked and processed, and both of them will remain behind bars.
A place behind bars, Hallie, which is not pleasant. A place that has housed the likes of Sean Diddy Combs, Sam Bankman-Fried, Luigi Mangione, not to mention a host of other high-profile defendants. A far cry from where they were in Venezuela as the president and first lady of their country. We haven't seen any more signs that they made any more statements before they left. But we did see, according to our team there in court, that Maduro stopped to look at the gallery before he was escorted out of the courtroom. Again, probably taking in the scene that was just playing out before him, a dramatic scene. Also noteworthy, Hallie, that his attorney, Barrick Pollitt, signaled the legality of the issues surrounding how he was extracted out of Venezuela, calling it a military abduction, which I think is our first sort of peek at where this is going, Hallie. You know, it's not surprising given all the circumstances that we saw play out on Saturday of how he was extracted, but I think it's where this is going next in terms of the legal battles ahead, which I mentioned will be quite lengthy, but we do expect, at least according to the judge here, that they will be back in court on March 17th at 11 a.m. there in New York, Hallie.
I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander.
Damn, they're holding that dude March 17th. So they're
unfolded here in
holding
court,
Maduro
listening
until March
to what
17th.
Maduro
That's
and
when
his
like the
wife
rest of the trial is
have been
going to start.
talking about, and President Trump, White House officials keyed in on this as well.
I think that's right, Hallie.
Try to give him
in
30
many
years.
ways, you know, this is bringing the world stage to an American courtroom. The world is watching, even if they're listening, in fact, since they can't see it for themselves. What is happening behind those doors here in Lower Manhattan at this time? No indication yet whether the president himself has been watching this play out or getting updates from his staff here at the White House, but we know the televisions inside the West Wing were tuned in to this over the course of the day. A couple things I want to pick up on. First, what we heard from Maduro that Laura just noted, that in effect he said that this was a military abduction. That reflects language not too dissimilar from what Delcy Rodriguez herself said, the interim, the acting president of that country, the Maduro loyalist who had served as vice president beneath Maduro immediately after he was captured, saying that it was an illegal kidnapping, saying there was only one president in that country. We heard from President Trump, who was particularly fierce in his language, speaking about Rodriguez, saying in effect that unless she gives the United States total access and meets America's demands right now, that she will face a situation, a resolution that is even more harsh than that Maduro had seen so far. Rodriguez, notably a bit more diplomatic, softer in her tone late yesterday, saying that she and the Venezuelan people deserve peace and dialogue, not war. And it really underscores this unique challenge that the president is facing right now. In many ways, what's happened so far was the easy part, in spite of it being a stunning, surprise, daring raid that happened before dawn on Saturday. The real challenge for the president right now, in many ways, is what he faces ahead. Transforming Venezuela, which he has described as a mess, as a broken country, into a stable, functioning one. Overnight, he repeated his assertion that we are in charge, that the U.S. is in charge right now, while noting among his immediate priorities sending in American oil companies to take over Venezuela's oil supply and repair the infrastructure there. As he has said, we are running the country. We heard from Marco Rubio just yesterday, speaking to my colleague Kristen Welker on Meet the Press, that we're not running the country, we're running it in terms of its policy. But the president, when he had an opportunity to clarify later, said, I know it's controversial, basically, but we are in charge. As I've been speaking to senior officials here at the White House, they say that the U.S. is in charge, but it's not literally running the country. In fact, the U.S. is basically exerting maximum leverage or pressure on Venezuela and its leadership right now as it relates to oil, demanding that Venezuela basically bow to the president's demands.
Peter, thanks. I'm going to ask you to stand by as we have now learned that obviously Nicolas Maduro and his wife are out of the courtroom. They are departing court any second now. We do expect, just to give you a sense, we do expect to have a live look at that. And remember why that is interesting here. Earlier in the morning, just after sunrise, we saw Maduro being transported from that facility where he's been spending obviously the last day and a half behind bars to court. He'll be taken back there. And in those images, Maduro clearly aware of the optics, clearly aware of the cameras flashing that thumbs up to the rest of the world here. And you heard him in court sounding that same defiant tone. I want to bring in Tom Winter as we're waiting for that live shot to come up. The second we get it, you will see it right here. And Tom, when you talk about the legal proceedings set to move forward,
Oh, there you go.
part
It
of
finally
this is
came
going to
in.
involve classified information, presumably, given the nature and the scope of the indictment against Maduro and his wife.
Yes, and we know that, Hallie, because the federal prosecutors have to tell the court that they intend to use classified information and that they need to bring in the attorneys in this case to get them to sign documents, make sure they're cleared to receive that information, and also make a promise that they're not going to make that information public in the course of their filings or so, to do it under seal. That's something that has already taken place in this case. As we mentioned before, this proceeding began earlier today, that in fact there had been a prosecution going back to 2011. And I want people to think about this as we wait for our colleague Sam Brock to get mic'd up, because we did see him leaving the courtroom. It's a trip I've taken too many times before. But basically, in this case, if you want to think of the cartel of the Suns here, this is this group that federal prosecutors say is responsible for using violence, using money, using illegal means to get the drugs out of Colombia and other places in South America through Venezuela. That's why they say we're here in the first place. If you want to equate that to the American mob, that's effectively what the Maduros have been charged with here, is basically being at the top of that, if you will. That's the allegation, that they received compensation and money and were involved in corruption in order to let these drugs go through. But a part of that will no doubt be intercepts that the U.S. has of conversations, discussions that have occurred, basically their ability to electronically eavesdrop in order to help make these cases. That's how a lot of these drug cases are put together. This was a case that was put together by the DEA well over a decade and coming up with it, and then was charged, Maduro specifically, back in March of 2020. At the time, Bill Barr pushing this case forward. It was definitely a topic of discussion in the Trump administration leading up to the COVID-19 shutdown back then. So that's how this case came together. That's some of the conduct that's been alleged here. And now this scene that we're looking at outside of the courthouse, where we'll see Sam Brock shortly, you've got people that are obviously very happy with what has occurred here and the arrest of Maduro and his wife. You've got a number of individuals who are not happy with this and the U.S. efforts in Venezuela. The NYPD having to deploy a second ring of barricades, calling those in because of the size of the crowd outside of the courthouse. They do have a number of different ways to be able to get Maduro and his wife out of there and presumably back to the heliport in Wall Street on a good day.
Yeah, walk through that, Tom.
Yeah,
those steps.
So without going through some things that are there for security, and as somebody who's regularly in that courthouse, frankly, for our own security, there are a number of ways to get somebody out of that courthouse and then out of where this huge crowd is, basically to get them out via vehicle, to be able to get them to the Wall Street heliport if in fact they're going to use a helicopter. And then it's a very short flight. If it takes 60 seconds, I'd be shocked, back to that jail facility.
Tom Winter, thank you. I want to go now to Sam Brock, who was inside that courtroom for those historic moments as Nicolas Maduro and his wife were arraigned on American soil. Sam, tell us what it was like inside that room.
Hallie, one of the most remarkable arraignments you could ever imagine, right? You've covered court cases throughout the course of your career. You're hard-pressed to remember anything like this. So Nicolas Maduro walks into the courtroom with his wife, Celia Flores, right around noon. And immediately, so first of all, he is wearing orange garb from the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, a black shirt over that. Hard to tell, Hallie, whether or not he was handcuffed or not when he first walked in, but he is right away shaking hands with all of his attorneys. He nods at the people in the gallery, both on the side where the public was seated, as well as the journalists. It almost looked like at one point he cracked a smile, was greeting his attorneys, getting situated. His wife came in as well, Celia Flores, I might add. It was hard to tell at first, but then this was brought up by their attorneys, had bandages on her face. and had bruising around her eyes. They discussed the fact that she was injured during detention and even mentioned possible fractures to her back or other parts of her body when the question around medical attention came up. So we'll get back to that in a second. But when I say remarkable, so they come in, Maduro has 4 U.S. Marshals behind him. They sit directly behind Maduro. While he is seated then and facing the judge, Judge Hellerstein addresses the court. He proceeds to read the charges, certainly the narco-terrorism, the cocaine importation conspiracy, the weapons-related charges, gets through all of that, and then says to Nicolas Maduro, "Are you Nicolas Maduro?" And he says, Hallie, first, "I am Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela. I am president of the Republic of Venezuela. I have been kidnapped since January 3rd. I was captured at my home in Caracas, Venezuela," which at that point, Hallie, the judge steps in and says, "Wait a minute. We're going to get to all of that. I just want to know if you're Nicolas Maduro."
Interesting.
And he says, "Yes, I am." And in fact, he's wearing headphones the entire time, right? Because he's hearing the interpretation, the translation. He actually interrupts the translator as she's trying to articulate to the judge and to the court what Maduro is saying. He's so eager to sort of state his case. So again, this was very anomalous in terms of what happens in what are normally perfunctory arraignments and hearings. So they go through that. The judge reads through the charges, okay? Then he asks him whether or not he's seen the indictment. And Maduro and his attorney, Barry Pollock, who, by the way, represented Julian Assange, well known in the field of criminal defense. He's also known for negotiating a plea agreement to get Assange out of jail, also represented one of the Enron executives who was fully acquitted on criminal fraud charges. He's representing Maduro in this case, and he said, "I have briefed my client, but he hasn't actually read the indictment." And so then the judge says, do you want the court to read the indictment? Maduro says, "No, I don't," but he does want to have consultation on it. The entire time this is going on, both Maduro and Flores are taking just scrupulous notes. I mean, you could see their notepads when they stood up at the end of the court proceeding, just filled with information. Maduro wanted to make sure that the court knew those were his notes. He's entitled to them. Am I allowed to keep them? The judge said, "Sure, you can keep the notes." So this all goes on, and then the judge asks Maduro whether or not he has been briefed on his rights, and by rights not just to counsel, but also to silence. And when that exchange goes back and forth again with the translator, he says, "This is the first I've been told of that." It's not clear whether or not Maduro was referring to whether or not he has to speak with police and law enforcement, or whether it was right to counsel, or what aspect of his rights he was just being informed about for the first time. That was a very interesting interaction as well. And of course, the pleas, right? So we get to the pleas. The judge asks Maduro how he pleads to these 4 counts. He says, "Soy inocente. I am innocent. I am not guilty. I am a decent man." At which point the judge again intervenes and says, "Okay, we were just looking for guilty or not guilty. Not a fuller explanation. Don't worry, there is going to be time for that." Very similar, by the way, with Celia Flores as well. She says, "Yes, I am Celia Flores, First Lady of the Republic of Venezuela." She acknowledges that she's seen a summary of the indictment, but not the actual indictment itself, and goes on and says, we're okay to waive the reading at this time. She planned on getting fully briefed, but he says, "You know your rights," and she says, "Yes, I do." She also says, "Not guilty, completely innocent," when she is asked whether or not she is guilty of those crimes. The narco-terrorism is just for Maduro, but the other 3 counts do apply to Celia Flores. So this is all transpiring, Hallie, and then we find out, do they have a right to consular notification?
That's right.
And they are both interested, both Maduro and his wife, in speaking with someone from a consular figure from their own government to get more information. Absolutely interested in that. And then one of the most bizarre things happens at the very end of this very brief arraignment. It was, 30 minutes or so. Maduro turns around, waves to the crowd. Not clear if he's waving at someone in particular or just in general, but a man stands up, and I want to quote this directly to you so I don't get it wrong. He says, "You will pay on behalf of Venezuela." And Maduro says, "In the name of God, I will be free." This is all happening at an arraignment in front of dozens of people, right? I mean, we just know this is not normal playbook legal sort of stuff. So
Not at
all
all.
of that,
Sam,
I would just raise one other thing, and I'm sure you'll have some follow-ups here. If I may just raise one other point, which is that Barry Pollock, the attorney for Maduro, said that I absolutely plan on filing motions regarding the legality or illegality, and he used the word of Maduro's abduction, and also pointed out that he is a head of state and afforded certain rights of immunity. So expect in the days and months to come, those motions will be forthcoming. But they're not right now. Next steps in this, March 17th is 60 days from now. That's the next court hearing that's scheduled at the moment with Judge Hellerstein, and that's about discovery and sharing information that the prosecution has with Maduro and his legal team, and Flores and her legal team. But just an extraordinary 30 minutes in U.S. federal court that just transpired.
Sam, a stunning play-by-play from you. I want you to have some follow-ups for you, but I want to explain to people what they're seeing here. This is a live shot from above. We expect Nicolas Maduro and his wife to leave court. They will be transported back to that facility where they will be held behind bars for the remainder of these court proceedings. Sam, let me ask you about this outburst in court. Again, not something we typically see, as we have said so often over the course of the last couple of days here. Do we know who the person was that stood up and, it sounds like, Sam, yelled at Nicolas Maduro?
He did. He did. I wouldn't say he yelled. He just said matter-of-factly, "You will pay." The court officer there immediately pointed at the man and told him to stop talking. And I did see probably 2 minutes later, once the arraignment was over and everyone was preparing to leave the courtroom, he was apprehended by
stop
officials
talking.
and taken away. What the consequences will be, not quite clear. But as we have this conversation about someone standing up in the face of Maduro, I will tell you, at 500 Pearl Street, where we are right now, the site of many a protest, there's dozens of people right now with Venezuelan flags that are happy and cheering the end of Maduro as the leader of Venezuela and calling for his justice, while just across basically a divide, there's a whole group of other individuals that are concerned with the manner in which the U.S. carried out this military action, and they're saying that it's illegal. So you have sort of these conflicting viewpoints on the doorsteps of the federal courthouse as this man, who to this point is unidentified, stands up solely, no one else was standing, and looks right at Maduro as he's waving and says, "You will pay for this."
It sounds as though, Sam, that Maduro had a degree of command in the room, the ability to make those remarks about his character and about his innocence to the judge. Sometimes in these arraignments, we hear just a single word or two from defendant. That was not the case here. Maduro addressing the person who stood up in court and addressed him. Was that your sense of how the proceedings went?
1,000%. And I will tell you, for Venezuelans who have lived under this regime, they're familiar with his showmanship. Talked about Peter Alexander this morning, the dancing on stage that the U.S. government in the recent weeks interpreted as some sort of act of defiance. Well, this is someone that clearly felt like a showman when he walked into the room, which I think is what was most striking to many of us. I mean, here he is walking in under the custody of U.S. Marshals, and he's nodding to everybody there, even kind of cracking a smile, waving as he leaves the courtroom. It was almost like he felt like he had a command of what's going on. Obviously, this is someone who's been the president of a country for the last 10 plus years, but he was literally interrupting the translator when she was trying to translate what he was saying and continuing this commentary with the judge when the judge was only looking for, 1 or 2 word answers. Now, obviously, he probably didn't understand the exact protocols of the U.S. legal system, but it was incredible to see just the presence that he had in that courtroom, that he felt comfortable enough to act as if he was running the show, not necessarily, the judge and the justice officials.
And Maduro, it seemed at points, Sam, acknowledged that he didn't have command of the U.S. justice system. At one point saying to the judge, "I didn't know I had some of those rights," more or less, as we are seeing now some of the movement now from outside court. Sam, stick with me, because I have to ask, you mentioned seeing visible bandages and what appeared to be bruising on Celia Flores. Any visible sign of injury on Nicolas Maduro?
No, none. His physical stature is just so tall. He was taller than the other 4 people that brought him into the room. He was erect. He felt, very energetic. He didn't seem like someone who had been injured. I mean, obviously, we've been documenting the fact that Maduro keeps showing thumbs up every time he is in front of a camera, whether that's at, the DAA processing department in Chelsea, or it's underneath, the chopper as he's getting onto a helicopter at a helipad. He seems to be very much projecting this image of power. He did not seem injured. His gait was normal, but it was surprising for sure, once you really started to pay attention to it, to see exactly what Celia Flores' face looked like. I mean, there were clearly bandages there, obvious bruising, and I have a feeling that that's going to be brought up front and center here before too long.
Sam, stand by for 1 minute, because we are seeing now this movement here in Manhattan, in New York City, what appears to be Maduro leaving court. Let me bring in Tom Winter, who has tracked movements like these countless times over the years. Where does Maduro head next? Where does Celia Flores head next?
Right, so they're coming out of what's called as Park Row. After 9/11, Hallie, this whole area was sealed and locked down. after coming out of that federal courthouse. The green vehicle there is known as a Bearcat. That's a heavily armored vehicle, and the NYPD Highway Patrol now in the lead. This is also next to their headquarters. So this area is always generally very secure in Lower Manhattan. They've obviously got what's called a route set up. You'll see the police officers blocking traffic, so they will now be able to quickly take him. I have not received any reports that the Brooklyn Bridge has been shut down, so it looks like they'll probably get him back to the Wall Street heliport. This whole thing should take only several minutes at this point because they can block this off easily, and they've done this many times before. The reason for this, I know folks are going to look at it and say, look, this is an enormous amount of taxpayer dollars, and it is, that's being used to do this. It's just that in order to get him safely there without having an incident and disrupting this whole judicial process, having any civilians injured, any members of the public, they want to be able to get him to a spot where they can just fly him to Brooklyn. You might remember in previous high-profile proceedings, I'm thinking of El Chapo, when he was tried in New York. In other cases, they want to make sure that there's no members of the public that are injured. And to do that, they'd have to shut down the Brooklyn Bridge or other major arteries in New York City. And that's just something that becomes untenable. So it's easier to fly them, and all indications are at this point, we'll know fairly shortly here, because they have an opportunity either to get on the bridge or to get to the heliport. They will likely go to the heliport. This is right behind the entrance to NYPD's headquarters, as well as the federal courts downtown. And this is going to be an effort by the marshals, by the DEA, in order to get them there. And at this point, it looks like they are making the turn to get down to the heliport. That's at least where it looks like to me where they're going to head.
And that is presumably, Tom, where we will see another image of Maduro in person being walked back into the helicopter. We saw the earlier one just after sunrise, very early this morning, as Maduro was being taken out. Again, aware of the camera angles, candidly, aware of his visibility, aware that he was being watched by people around the world. And I want to bring back in Sam Brock to the conversation, because, Sam, I understand that in just the last maybe 2-3 minutes here, we have heard now from Maduro's defense attorney for the first time outside court.
Yeah, so Jonathan Dean, star colleague at WNBC, apparently just spoke with Barry Pollock outside of court and asked him about comments that were asserted that he was abducted when Maduro said he was abducted by the U.S. government. And Pollock said something to the effect, and I'm paraphrasing here, of what Mr. Maduro said in court speaks for itself. And that is part of the conversation that's going to be ensuing here in the coming weeks and months, Ali, is the idea of using force in an international relations capacity like that, which is explicitly prohibited unless it's in defense of a country or it's sanctioned by the United Nations.
Of course it was illegal.
So what he meant in terms of the use of the word abduction is not clear. Maduro, well, at least it's clear enough that Maduro said he felt like he was kidnapped. Pollock used the word abduction, and he said it's complicated, it's voluminous in terms of the motions that we're going to be filing, but you can expect that that's where we will be taking this case next once they resume on March 17th. Again, that's to reconnect and to be able to share and update the judge on where they are in terms of sharing documents and discovery. But it was striking to hear Pollock say what he said in court. His client speaks for itself.
Let me go to Laura Jarrett, our senior legal correspondent. And Laura, the semantics matter when it comes to the legal proceedings here. The fact that Maduro used the word, as Sam is talking about, used the language kidnapped, his attorney talking about abduction, that's significant.
It's significant, not surprising, given his position on this, Hallie. But while he may feel it was a kidnapping or an abduction or the like, with some signal of something being unjustified, his attorney is still going to be under the burden to convince a judge down the line, which it sounds like he'll want to do, that his detention is not legally justified, right? And so there will be a number of different arguments to marshal in their favor on that. But this isn't a case that is as if it's routine in any sense of the word, or that this is happening all the time. And so they're going to have to, do what they can to marshal arguments without the benefit of a ton of precedent for similar circumstances. I can't really think of a similar situation. We've talked about Noriega in the past, but it's not as if this is happening on a routine basis so that they'll be able to marshal a bunch of cases in their favor. The Justice Department, on the other hand, has an enormous interest in this case and seeing him put away for a long time. As we've talked about, he was charged back in 2020. They didn't, by any stretch, do anything like this. They didn't make any attempt, at least as far as we know, and reporting has shown, to manage to extract him back then, probably believing that they couldn't. And so now they're going to be working tooth and nail to try to keep him behind bars. But it will be up to that judge to decide down the line, imagining in months from now, whether or not his detention and his arrest was valid, whether or not his rights were valid or were violated in some way. And then, Hallie, of course, there will be appeal after appeal. And so I think, for people who are watching this all play out, during that time, unless his lawyers can figure out a way to get him out, he is going to be behind those bars in Brooklyn, and it is not a pleasant place. This is a place that's been subject to lawsuit after lawsuit for the conditions in there. It is going to be a far cry from the kinds of places that he's been enjoying up until this point.
And you are seeing now those images from earlier today, Maduro leaving that Brooklyn facility, flashing that thumbs up, and of course those images there of the military operation overnight. There it is again as we are watching. And just to give you a sense, listen, our helicopter's in the air with our NBC News New York station there. We are tracking the movements of Maduro and his wife as they are being transported here. Let me bring in Richard Engel, because as this is happening, Richard, on the ground for us in the region in Colombia, we have heard Maduro now in court insist he is the president of Venezuela, and similar emphasis from his son, who is speaking at almost the same time that his father was in court to the Venezuelan National Assembly, saying his father is the rightful leader of that country.
He is, and I think it's fair to say that all across Latin America right now, people are watching this. This is designed to send a message, as you've said, and all of your guests have said, and all of the reporting that has been done. This is not just another typical court case. A head of state was taken by U.S. Special Forces, abducted, brought to the United States to face trial. He's now professing his innocence. Some of the imagery here is clearly designed to send fear to the United States opponents in the region, designed to send fear to the leaders of Cuba, designed to send fear to the leader of Colombia, the president of Colombia. President Trump has mentioned them specifically. He said that the president of Colombia better watch his backside, and that the Cubans may be on their last legs, the Cuban regime. So this is a show of force, an intimidating show of force. But you mentioned also several times that this is completely unprecedented. This is unprecedented, but it is it is reminding me of something that I witnessed about 20 years ago. I was standing exactly where, or in the same situation where Sam Brock was right now, and he did an amazing job giving us the play-by-play of what had happened inside that courtroom. I was in a similar courtroom in Iraq when the dictator of that country was brought in for an arraignment, and he said almost word for word what Nicolas Maduro said today. He said that he is the president of Iraq, that this is illegitimate, that none of this should apply to him.
Saddam?
He asked questions. The judge tried to say this is just an arraignment. We just want your name. He started to present his defense. He was stopped from doing that. Almost exactly the same as what we're seeing right now. Ultimately, Saddam Hussein was hanged for war crimes.
It was
but
Saddam.
his
I thought he was talking
team
about
was
Saddam.
making this same argument, and he was making the same argument, and he was also trying to flash a smile. I was in the courtroom. He was giving thumbs up. He was trying to show that he was very much in command. So we have been down this road at least one time before in quite a unique historic parallel.
Our Richard Engel on the ground in the region in Colombia. It is just after 1 o'clock here on the East Coast, 10 in the West, and you are looking live now at some of these images from New York City as Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores are on their way back to a detention facility after their arraignment in U.S. federal court just minutes ago. Both of them pleading not guilty to those federal charges of drug trafficking conspiracy, with Maduro saying, "I am president of the Republic of Venezuela." He says, "I am here kidnapped since Saturday." You see his quote here, saying he was captured at his home in Caracas, Venezuela. Obviously, that was the military operation, large scale, by the United States, late Friday into Saturday morning, in which Maduro and Flores were extracted to the United States, flown back to New York, where they have been in that detention facility for the course of the last 48 hours. I want to bring in now Ana Vanessa Herrero, a freelance reporter who is in Caracas. She has been reporting on the ground from inside Venezuela for us. Ana, the last 2-3 hours, what has it been like where you are?
Well, believe it or not, I was expecting when I imagined this moment, I was expecting people on the streets, people manifesting and saying what they thought of. But really, this is not the case.
She just say
People are being very
manifesting?
cautious. They're staying home. Those who started their regular activities this Monday are just going to work and then back to supermarkets, a pharmacy, and then back home. But we do have a strong reaction within the National Assembly of Venezuela right now. As you were reporting what was happening inside that courthouse, the National Assembly of Venezuela and the state television was broadcasting Nicolás Maduro's guerra, the son of Nicolas Maduro, and he was almost crying. His voice completely broke, saying that we are going to embrace
Oh yeah,
again
you better
here in
cry, boy.
Venezuela. He said that he was kidnapped. He said that the two, Celia Flores and Nicolas Maduro, were kidnapped by the United States, and that Venezuela was not going to be a colony. And then the now president of the National Assembly, the brother of Delcy Rodriguez, the interim president, said that in the place where Celia Flores sit in a chair inside of the National Assembly he left a red flower, trying to symbolize her because she said there's one missing, and that is Celia Flores. So they put a little flower there to just symbolize that it was her. So this is very. I mean, there's a lot of information going on. At the same time, he was declaring not guilty, and she was being declaring herself not guilty. This was happening in the National Assembly, and all eyes in Caracas are right there, right now.
And what we are looking at, Ana, thank you so much for your reporting. What we are looking at now on the left side of your screen is our Tom Winter reports, the exit of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, where police have appeared to have shut down one of the lanes, and Maduro seems to be traveling by car now to that Brooklyn jail. We are keeping an eye on all of those movements. Let me bring back in Sam Brock, who is outside that Manhattan court, was inside the room as Maduro and his wife were being arraigned. And as you heard Ana just report, Sam, Venezuelans were watching, Venezuelan Americans here in the United States watching as well.
It's so interesting, the idea that there's this mixture of emotions for Venezuelans right now, Hallie. Obviously, the euphoria, the celebration, the unbridled happiness. For those of us that know Venezuelans in our life and are experiencing those joys of thinking that this brutal dictatorship may be over, but also wondering what comes next from this illegitimate government, and are they going to stay in power now that Maduro has been deposed? I will say there certainly seems to be some of that here in terms of just the crowds that have shown up in front of the courthouse, but also, honestly, this acrimony between those who are protesting right now against the idea the U.S. had no right to do this, to invade a sovereign nation and to take its leader and bring him back to the United States on U.S. soil to face justice, versus those who are just so elated at the idea that someone, and I will sort of lay out in the indictment, Maduro is accused of not just coordinating with FARC, right, conspiring with FARC. This was the superseding indictment back in 2020, but also in the last 4 or 5 years, the U.S. government lays out a case where he's working with the Sinaloa cartel, with Tren de Aragua, that you have someone who is essentially running state-sponsored narco-terrorism, and at a time when the 30 million people that live in Venezuela are struggling with rolling blackouts and obtaining basic medical devices and food and water and toilet paper and all the things that we repeatedly report on when there are shortages of in Venezuela, that he was enriching his own pockets and the pockets of his inner circle and the military. And so you are seeing this outpouring of Venezuelan Americans. Certainly that diaspora stretches, I think, as Tom said, from Miami to Madrid, all over the world. We're seeing it here in New York, we're seeing it in Miami, but there is also the realization that there is an intense legal battle that is going to be taking place, and whether or not these motions may be successful on behalf of Maduro's attorneys, that this was an unlawful capture. So all of these different layers of a very complicated subject are all interspersing right now together as we are just watching this extraordinary first arraignment and now visual trip for Maduro and his wife Celia back to MDC, back to the Metropolitan Detention Center.
Sam, thank you. Extraordinary, to say the least, as we're keeping an eye on these live aerial images from our NBC New York station and their chopper. We have heard, as Sam talks about the legal battle, we have now heard from Nicolas Maduro's new defense attorney, Barry Pollock, speaking outside court just minutes ago I want to play for you what he said. Watch this.
And just in terms of his capture, because you guys did raise the concern regarding what he called a kidnapping. I think what President Maduro said in court speaks for itself.
And a reminder of what Nicolas Maduro said in court. He said he is a decent man. He said he is the president of Venezuela. He said he was kidnapped from his home in Caracas by the U.S. military. You see it there. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, because Peter now continues the clock for the DOJ to lay out the legal proceedings in the face of the arguments that the defense team will put up.
The president himself, Hallie, on that very topic just yesterday, saying that Nicolas Maduro and his wife would face the full might of American justice. We heard initially from the Attorney General Pam Bondi on Saturday, moments after we learned about this capture, the arrest of Maduro, that Maduro would face the full wrath of American justice. But this process is going to play out like any other court case would here, but this one, of course, is unique. Still, the Justice Department is putting a lot of resources behind this effort right now, as we've now learned, likely the next court appearance for Maduro to take place just a couple of months from now. There are a lot of questions to be raised with the Justice Department, with the president himself. He has no public events scheduled for today. But, you know, how does the White House respond to this argument from Maduro and his team that this was a military abduction, that he has been kidnapped, language that was initially echoed by the now acting, the interim president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, and her comments immediately following the arrest, basically saying that this was an illegal kidnapping, saying that there was only one president of Venezuela, and in fact saying that that remains Nicolas Maduro at this time. A couple things are striking, and Sam made this point earlier, but I think it is worth repeating, which is just the presence that Maduro had, it appears, in that courtroom there. Clearly, he is a very large man, and he is one who, for more than 13 years, has been on the world stage, succeeding Hugo Chavez in Venezuela. And as a senior White House official said to me, part of that performative nature of his leadership is something that really sort of got underneath the skin of some of those here at the White House, that the members of the inner circle for the president viewed the sort of public displays, the repeated displays of dancing, the rejection of multiple offers for him to surrender as evidence, basically, of not just Maduro's defiance, but really his mocking, in the words of this official, the president, and trying to call the president's bluff. They say, this official says, that the president does not bluff on that matter, but it's very clear that Maduro is not going to go down, in effect, without a fight, not a physical one, but legally. He made very clear his view that he, to this day, remains the president of the country that he was whisked away from.
Peter, thank you. Questions of legality now raised not just by Maduro's defense team, but by some in Congress as well. And for that, I want to get to our chief Capitol Hill correspondent, Ryan Nobles. Some of them, Ryan, will be briefed here in Washington as lawmakers have returned from their holiday break later on today.
Yeah, this will be the first opportunity for members of Congress to get a firsthand understanding as exactly what the administration's arguments are for going into Venezuela, for removing Maduro and his wife, and not informing Congress or looping them in or asking for authorization as a result. At 5:30 tonight, here in Washington, a group of high-level administration officials, including the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, will all brief the Gang of Eight, which is the group of leaders, both Republican and Democrat, of the key committees of jurisdiction and the leadership of both the House and Senate. Now, we don't expect that when they come out of this meeting that they'll give us too much information as to what was told, as it will be a classified briefing. But we should get some sense of whether or not these members of Congress are comfortable with the way that this process has played itself out. Some Democrats have outright called it illegal. They have forecasted the possibility of a quagmire that the United States could get itself involved in. Hallie, we should learn a lot more about what Congress thinks about this intervention here over the next couple of days now that they're back here in Washington.
Ryan Nobles, thank you. I want to bring in our moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, who is joining us now. And Kristen, there is the legal component of this. There is the political component of this. There is the foreign policy component of this, with a lot on the line for the Trump administration.
This is arguably the biggest foreign policy test yet for President Trump in this second administration. Hallie, we're getting our first little snapshot of how the public views this. The Washington Post took a poll. I want to stress this was a snap poll taken in the days and hours after Nicolas Maduro was seized from Venezuela. But some really fascinating findings. 42% disapprove of sending the U.S. military into Venezuela to capture Nicolas Maduro. 40% approve, okay? So pretty divided evenly there, Hallie. 18% say they're unsure. That's expected given the nature of this snap poll. But notably, 63% say President Trump should have notified Congress. So that really speaks to the point that Ryan was making. I think that's part of where this argument is going to go. What, if any, role should Congress play now, particularly, Hallie, particularly if President Trump, if the Trump administration decides to take future action? And then, of course, we'll watch the MAGA base very closely. Right now, largely unified behind him. But if this drags out, that could change. Hallie.
Kristen Welker, thank you very much for that. Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores on their way back to that Brooklyn detention facility, capping a stunning 48 hours with their not guilty pleas in U.S. federal court and setting the stage for what is sure to be a bruising legal battle ahead, perhaps a political one for President Trump. That concludes our coverage. We'll return you now to NBC News Daily. Well,
Well, that's going to be interesting right there, man. The rest of the world is looking over here all crazy. Looking at us. Oh. Looking at us all types of nuts right now. Oh. Excuse me. You want to hate me, then hate me. What can I do? Hmm. Mm. Mm. Mm.
apprehension or a perfectly lawful apprehension, depending on whether you ask the government or critics of the government.
Danny, as we take a look here, we're looking at the scene outside court, and you see these group of demonstrators that have shown up here. We have seen over the course of the last 2 days, for example, celebrations from Venezuelan Americans here in the United States, in South Florida and beyond, celebrations from Venezuelans back in Maduro's home country. And the optics of this, you know, we saw this image, and I want to have our team pull it up here. Maduro flashing that thumbs up to our New York station, WNBC's chopper, as it was overhead. You see it here. He's walking out. Now this is when he was earlier in Brooklyn. You see he held his hands up there for a thumbs up. You and I have talked before in other cases. Obviously, Maduro will be tried in a court of American law, but he also clearly has an eye on the court of public opinion back home in Venezuela.
Absolutely, and I've been covering high-profile cases at this courthouse for many, many years, and I have to say, I have never seen demonstrations of this magnitude. This is a peaceful but vocal crowd here today, Hallie. There are a lot of folks here, both in support of Maduro and in opposition to Maduro, and their chants can be heard over and over again. And of course, I think for many of us here, it's difficult to even hear our IFBs through the din, but absolutely a lot of public support and public opposition to Maduro, and Maduro is likely considering how he can play the public that is favorable and in support of him.
Danny, I'm going to ask you to stand by for a second, and I want to bring in our national security correspondent, Tom Winter, who is also joining us. And Tom, this was a sweeping indictment. Maduro set to face a series of charges, obviously, and some of the allegations laid out against him and his wife include accusations that, for example, they ordered kidnappings, beatings, murders as part of this larger drug trafficking conspiracy, that they partnered with drug cartels, for example, to bring an enormous amount of cocaine into the United States and elsewhere. This is an indictment that has been in the works. It was brought in 2020 initially and continued to be updated and worked on by the prosecutors in the Southern District of New York.
Well, that's exactly right, Hallie. And really, it's an investigation that goes back almost 20 years. So folks understand the allegations here is that Venezuela permits and facilitates the shipment of 200 to 250 tons per year of cocaine from Latin America, from South America to the United States, as well to other countries. One of the primary ways that they do it, and really effectively what they've been charged with here, is facilitating the movement of cocaine from places like Colombia, from places in Latin America, through Venezuela, and then out. And because of its access and ability to transship that product to Europe, to Africa, and of course the United States. As the indictment says, there is a real premium on the price of cocaine in the United States. It was very lucrative for cartels to be able to get those narcotics out of South America into the United States, and Venezuela is really one of the prime ways that they do that with cocaine. I know it's been referenced about fentanyl. Fentanyl is not something that's discussed here in the indictment. There's no allegations of that. That primarily comes through the southern border with Mexico, either through the waterways or in the Pacific Ocean, or through the border, the land border that exists across the southern part of this country and Mexico. So this is more of a focus on cocaine. This investigation and the initial charges, and it goes back actually to 2011, when one of the members of the government in Venezuela was charged, brought to the United States, actually entered a plea of guilty on a number of counts back in June of this year. It's unclear whether or not that individual, identified as Hugo Armando Carval Barrios, whether or not that person is cooperating, but there is a guilty plea as a result of the charges going back to 2011. Then the investigation continued into a group called the Cartel of the Suns, and that's effectively this group that helps facilitate this cocaine. That's when the charges we got in March of 2020 involved Maduro himself. His wife added to the charges, somebody who herself has been a major part of politics in Venezuela, somebody who once represented the former leader of Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, is an attorney. So this is somebody who's definitely been a part of this for some time, according to the United States and its federal prosecutors here in the course of this indictment. So the focus of this investigation is basically Venezuela is a hub of operations for cocaine to leave South America and Latin America to get to the United States, and then, as I mentioned, Europe and Africa. And that's been a focus, obviously, of military efforts. I know you've reported on it. Our White House team has reported on extensively these military strikes against boats leaving Venezuela. That's been something the U.S. says it's been focused on. And now you see, because the U.S. has designated as part of the Trump administration a number of Mexican cartels as effectively foreign terrorist organizations, their inclusion here in this indictment, Hallie.
I want to mention, too, that Maduro's son, Nicolas Maduro Guerra, is speaking right now in Venezuela. I want to show a little bit of video of this, repeatedly referring to his father as President Maduro, calling for him to be released, setting up what is a rather remarkable split screen now, where you have Maduro's son in Venezuela. This is the video here. Again, this is happening just literally in the last maybe 5 minutes or so, speaking to the Venezuelan National Assembly at the same time that his father in this split screen is in court in Manhattan and New York City to face these U.S. brought charges. I want to go to Gabe Gutierrez, our man on the ground in Colombia. And Gabe, this is a family matter for the Maduro family. You look at Celia Flores, of course, the Venezuelan first lady, who is also facing charges in this indictment, somebody who has been an influential figure in Venezuela in her own right, former attorney general there. She had obviously been part of the legislative branch. This is her being walked in, as you can see, by federal officials as she arrived on U.S. soil. She has also obviously retained an attorney here, or has a defense attorney, and is facing charges alongside her husband, Gabe.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. Incredibly influential. It's a bit of an understatement, really. And Nicolas Maduro calls her Silita. And in the language of Chavismo, she is known as not just the first lady, but the first combatant. Now, yes, Nicolas Maduro met her about 30 years ago, and they have been inseparable ever since. They've been partners for a long time, got married a little over a decade ago. And when Maduro became president of Venezuela, she essentially faded a little bit into the background behind the scenes, but still wielded an immense amount of power. She is seen as the power behind the throne in Venezuela. So while a lot of people around the world may have looked at this indictment over the weekend and wonder why she was taken into custody, as you pointed out, Hallie, she wields a lot of influence inside Venezuela, and that's partly because she was seen as a huge proponent of Chavismo. Hugo Chavez, of course, the socialist leader of Venezuela before Maduro. Maduro seen as his protege. So this is a couple that has been a political power couple in the extreme sense. And the U.S. administration certainly feels that she was heavily involved in the trafficking of drugs alongside her husband, according to that indictment. So, yes, she is facing those charges with her husband, Nicolas Maduro, and it comes after an incredible political career that, again, she, as the First Lady, has continued to wield an immense amount of power behind the scenes, Hallie.
Gabe, stick with me for a second, because you talk about what these leaders in Venezuela have been called. Celia Flores, as you say, the first combatant, if you will. How about the Prince, of course, Maduro's son, his nickname as he is now speaking. Part of this sweeping indictment brought by the Department of Justice, obviously not somebody who was extracted by the United States in that military operation. As all of this is happening, these questions of leadership in Venezuela, I want to share with you, and again, we are getting this in live now. This is from Venezuelan State TV, and our team tells us that Maduro Guerra, the son here, has made a nomination on the legislative piece of it. The brother of Delcy Rodriguez has now been nominated to be president of the National Assembly. This is happening, and I say this not to get too in the weeds on Venezuela, the Venezuela legislative branch, but to point out that there are real questions now of leadership moving forward. We have seen this conflict between Delcy Rodriguez, again, to remind people, the vice president of Venezuela, who's been sworn in as the interim president, who has been defiant over the course of the last couple of days, largely saying Nicolas Maduro is the president of Venezuela, calling for him to be released as well. And President Trump setting up a conflict with her on that, Gabe.
Yeah, certainly. It can be argued in Venezuela right now. Delcy Rodriguez, you mentioned, she was elevated to be president over the last couple of days, but then you heard that contradictory words from President Trump saying that she was basically on board with what the U.S. administration has been doing. She, however, as you pointed out, has been defiant. There's been some question about exactly what conversation she has had with the administration, how much she has spoken to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and then the shocker over the weekend, Hallie, of President Trump coming in and basically downplaying the Venezuelan opposition Maria Corina Machado, accepted the Nobel Peace Prize not too long ago. She is in limbo at this point, and the president saying that she essentially did not have enough respect in the country to be the next opposition, or to be the next leader of Venezuela. So certainly a huge power vacuum at this point, and huge questions about how any government in Venezuela deals with the United States. We have been speaking about Secretary of State Marco Rubio yesterday saying that the U.S. would run Venezuela not in practice but in policy, and then President Trump on board Air Force One overnight saying that no, essentially the U.S. does plan to run Venezuela and certainly to take control of the oil reserves in the country. So you're rightly pointing out, we're looking at those live pictures inside Venezuela right now. The National Assembly essentially trying to figure out what happens next and what, if any, resistance will be posed to the U.S. administration. So many unanswered questions right now as we await this court appearance by Nicolas Maduro.
Cameras obviously bringing us what's happening in Venezuela. No cameras on the right side of your screen inside the courtroom. You're seeing the outside of the building now. Obviously, security officials flanking the doorway there. But Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent, who's joining us as well. Richard, the world is watching every minute of this.
They certainly are, and I'm watching what Nicolas Maduro's son is saying right now in Venezuela. I'm in Bogota, Colombia at the moment, but I'm reminded of a similar circumstance that I witnessed myself in Iraq about years ago.
I'm going to call it right there. I thought my mic wasn't unmuted the whole time. Wow. Ha! Well, I'm out of here. It's been a long day. Lots been going on. I'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.